picture is 245.
245, yes. Those are the only ones that have picture numbers.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, move on. And then, okay, that one has no number, Chair.
It's the corresponding nighttime picture. The next one is 268. There are two pictures. The two daytime pictures are 244 and 268.
That's correct, Chairperson. Next one. Body K.
Body K, which is also body 11, described elsewhere as body 11.
Yes. And the next picture will be 248. I think that's still body K, Chairperson.
Yes, I see. Yes, right.
Next one.
248 is the daytime picture.
That's correct. Next one.
They've got body N, otherwise known as body 4.
An evening picture.
Yes, and then the two daytime pictures, 230, 230 and 231.
Thank you, Chairperson. Next one.
Then we have body O, otherwise known as body 30.
Yes.
Nighttime picture first.
Yeah.
And then
next one.
The two daylight pictures, 278 and 279, and above them the nighttime picture again.
Thank you. Next one.
Then body M, otherwise known as body 13.
Yes.
That's the one where the hand of the deceased is actually on what was described as a yellow-handled panga.
Correct.
That's the nighttime picture. The daytime pictures below are 270 and 271.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I'm indebted to the Chairperson.
Kunikezwa inamba kule mizimba okokuba sithetha ngayo sazo okokuba sithetha ngomzimba ophi nophi nalithethwe emini nalithethwe esekurhatyeni.
Now, General, effectively the picture. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. The theory, let me put it that way, that is being pursued by these pictures is that as the Chairperson summarized, the daylight pictures of the same body would not have weapons, and the evening pictures do have weapons. And there can only be two explanations. One is the one that we contend for, which is that the weapons were planted there on the bodies, but there's obviously another possibility, which is that they were removed at some stage and replaced, which, as I understand, is what SAPS is the theory that SAPS is contending for. So are we together on so far?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, lentetho General okokuba kukho ingxelo ezimbili apha esivela kumapolisa okokuba le mfanekiso eyathathwa ingenazo ixhobo kulapho izixhobo zisusiwe ngamapolisa bona ke bathi izixhobo ezi zathathwa zabuyisela zabekwa apha kule mzimba njengoba zivelile nje.
Now, if I understand it, the report, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, in essence says that at scene 2, at some stage, in order to facilitate the work of the paramedics, the weapons were removed, and at a later stage, they were replaced. I'm obviously cutting some of the detail, but that's the essence of the report. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Ingxelo evelayo kokuba kwisehlakalo sesibini kwasuswa izixhobo ezikwaba bantu apho bebenzekele balele khona ukude banike aba bezolapho i-paramedics ithuba lokuba bangenele benze umsebenzi wabo kwathi emva koko ke zaphindisela.
Now, before I deal with the criticisms of the report, I want maybe you and I just to agree on the following issues.
Bendifuna phamba ndingene kwimpikisano ngale report sivumelane ngalokhu kulandela. Ami ndingelona ipolisa ndiyazo kokuba umthetho kawuvuma kokuba konakaliswe leyo ndawo yenhlekele phambi kokuba.
I would go along with it.
Thank you.
Endivumelana nawe.
And that that issue which you and I have agreed on is what caused the local and international uproar about the possibility of tampering with evidence. Would you agree?
Lento sivumelana ngayo mna nawe yiyo ke le abanga yonke lenqokolo kokuba onke umhlaba ujongo kokuba kwabakho ukuphazamiseka kwesi sehlakalo bonakeliswa kubungqina phaya.
I haven't followed that, but the international approach, but I know that it is something that also made me request
yes.
the investigation.
Andazi kokuba umhlaba wonke wayijonga kanjani kodwa ke mna ndenza kokuba kubekho uphando ngaleso sehlakalo.
Yes, of course. And that, and you don't have to agree with this one, but if that is so, at least it gives us room, let me put it that way, to argue, which we will, that that activity, absent a plausible explanation, would amount to an admission of guilt, because innocent people don't usually interfere with the evidence.
Xa kungekho sizathu ke sivakala ukuba yayenzela ntoni lento lena njengoba sizawubeka thina okokuba kwakukho ulwaphulomthetho apha ekususweni kwezi zinto phaya ngoba umthetho awuvumi uba yenzeke loo nto.
You've already answered for me. I would not agree.
Yes.
Sundiphendulele andinavumelana nawe.
And that it would also, at the very least, open the way for us also to argue that at least as far as sin 2 is concerned, which is where these pictures were taken, that the defense of self-defense was an afterthought, in the sense that only after the people would have been killed would someone have thought, oh, well, we have to make it look like we were defending ourselves by placing weapons. That it would, at the very least, open the way for us to argue that, absent a plausible explanation.
Akungekho incazelo evelayo evakalayo apha isivulela indlela lento yokuba sibeke apha kwi-commission okokuba lento yokuba babezikhusela into eyavela mva uthi umuntu xa ezibona uba unetyala uye enze okuthize umuntu ongenatyala kana kuyenza loo nto.
I would also not agree with it.
Yes.
Andivumelani nalokho.
Okay. Now,
do you say you wouldn't agree with that? Remember, he's putting it on the basis of absent a plausible explanation. And there are two possibilities. One is, a policeman came along and he said, look here, this is a serious matter. The paramedics are dealing with the wounded. It's dangerous to expect them to work among weapons. People could attack them. So I'll take them away. I'll remember carefully where they are. And when it's all over, I'll put them back. And provided he did that, provided we can rely on the fact that he remembered correctly where they were and put them back in the same place, there's no problem. That's what Mr. Mpofu calls a plausible explanation. But absent a plausible explanation, if that isn't the case, then it's a contamination of the murder scene. And the question would arise, why is the murder scene contaminated? Now, I take it there are two possibilities. The one is it was done with evil intent to create a false case against the people. The other, it's just monumental inefficiency. Would you agree with that? One or the other. It's either absent a plausible explanation. It's either monumental inefficiency and stupidity on the one hand, or it's more sinister, it's an attempt to create a false impression adverse to the protesters and obviously favorable to the police. I take it that must be right, surely?
I think, Judge, what the issue we're discussing, fortunately we're not starting, it's not a clean supposition, because there is work, there is reports, there's information. And I'm actually responding based on the information that is, if it was a Greenfields matter, maybe I could deal with that supposition in the manner that you're putting. But now I'm saying, I have asked people to look into matter. There are some facts before me. So on the basis of that, I would not agree.
okay.
Because I'm
I'm not sure it's as easy as that. I mean, you had people looking into it very commendably. They spoke to the participants and they got an explanation.
Yes.
Now, the participants aren't likely to say, we did it deliberately to create a false impression. They won't say that to investigators, will they? They're even unlikely to say, we were inefficient. They will have to say, we remembered where they were taken from, we took them away, and we put them back in the same place. Isn't that so? So the correctness or otherwise of the results of your investigation, or the investigation you did, depends upon the credibility of the people who were interviewed. Is that correct?
I do agree with that. And also some of the expert information that we received and the people who were doing the examination. Because the statements that I saw in this report that I received from the commission has got all the statements, has got expert information, has got information of the paramedics. And I'm saying it's not an area where we are just supposing. There is information. And on the basis of that, I am saying there is plausibility or non-plausibility. It's a judgment issue.
Yes.
Ubechazela apha ugeneral commissioner okokuba umbuzo ka Mr Mpofu uthini uthi umbuzo ka Mhlekazi Mpofu ngaphandle kokuba kukho inkcazelo evakalayo kokuba yenzela ntoni lento lena uzawuthi yena xa ebeka apha kwi-commission ukuba yenziwa ngabom lento okokuba kwenziwe ityala elijongene nalabantu emva kokuba sesenzekile esihlo umgcinisihlalo bemchazela okokuba ingaba yiphi inkcazelo neyiphi ukuthi mhlawumbe aba bantu bazisusa apho babona okokuba aba bezempilo mabasebenze kungekho bungozi obukhona xa bekhumbula kakuhle ukuba bazozibeka baziphindisele kweyiphi indawo.
Yes, just so that we're clear, when you refer to expert evidence, you're referring to the fact that some of the medical personnel says that in terms of their conventions and all that, they don't prefer to work with injured people when there are arms around, which is understandable. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes, there is a report from a doctor. She doesn't talk about preferences. She talks about conventions.
Yes.
Dr. Lo obeke uthi ugeneral kukho imithetho ebekwe kwa doctor bezwazi by convention ukuba xa belapha umuntu abakwazi ukumelapha apho kugcwele khona izixhobo odokotela ngako badinga ukuba zisuswe.
Yes. Okay. That let me just get that out of the way. I accept that. I accept the conventions, and I think they make sense, as I say, even to a lay person.
Uyayamkela Mhlekazi Mpofu lonto noma umuntu engafundanga uyayibona okokuba into enengqondo leyo.
But I'm going to argue that that is not the reason why the arms were removed. So it's just so that you understand where I'm going with this.
Kokuba ngale mini kwakungesona ke sizathu eso esenza ukuba zisuswe ezizixhobo.
I accept your argument, but I also want to, that's why I'm saying I gave you the response that I gave you based on the body of information that is before me too. So I also have other position.
No.
Sendikunikile ke ngxelo okokuba kwathiwa ntoni kumi izizathu endanikwa zona mna.
And one of the reasons why I'm going to demonstrate to you that there's no causal connection, as we lawyers call it, between those conventions and the removal of the arms is the fact that to show that there's no connection between the two is, and you can take my word on this because I don't want to have to play the videos, is that the removal of arms from the scene happened, we saw it at least on some of the videos that were played, which you might have seen. It happened at scene one, almost immediately after the people had been shot, and long before any paramedics were on the scene. Can you just accept that?
Lihlangani isizathu esizokususa kwezixhobo ngaphansi kwalo mthetho bekiwe ngoba xa sibona kwimifanekiso apha phaya kwisehlakalo sokucala zasuswa ezizixhobo kwaba abantu babenzakele xesha elide phambi kokufika ababezolapho.
I can only say you need to give me your facts to that, to say when you say they were removed long before the paramedics come, when did the paramedics arrive? And when did K9 arrive? It's very important for us to look at those facts.
Ubaluleke ukuba sijonge ukuba bafika nini aba be-paramedics mapolisa
Semenya,
ezintsha afika
you wish
nini.
to say something?
Well, Chair, fortunately the witness is doubling up as me as well. There is no video material showing us at what point the paramedics arrives and at what point at scene 1 those weapons were removed.
Beka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uSiminya ukuba akukho bungqina apha
So,
ukuba
Uncle,
kwaba
the
lixesha
substance of that
elingakanani
point,
yenzakele le nto
We
suswa
take this further.
kwezixhobo.
May I ask you where we're getting with this cross-examination? The witness wasn't there. The witness commissioned a report, which she received. You're questioning her about the report. She, I think, indicates that she accepts the report. Well, that doesn't bind us. We are in as good a position with respect as she is to decide what the facts of the matter were. So I don't want to stop you unduly, but I mean, it's not taking us very much farther forward at this point. There are two other points to be borne in mind. The one is that unless it's suggested the police brought the weapons and planted them afterwards, which I take it's not suggested, we have to accept that all those weapons were there and were in the possession of some at least of the strikers. The only relevance would be, I take it, that a particular striker might, on your version, be falsely incriminated as the possessor of a dangerous weapon, if in fact a weapon was put in his hands and in fact he didn't have a weapon at the time. But if he didn't have it, somebody else did. So I understand the relevance of the point in relation to individual strikers who had weapons, where weapons were in their hands, either before and weapons were removed and replaced again in the same place afterwards, or if they didn't have weapons at all and they were put there afterwards. But that's the only relevance of the point as I see it. We also have a slide 252, which I want to ask Mr. Semenya about. It looks to me like a daytime slide. In other words, and I'd be interested to know whether that was one of Warrant Officer Henderson's slides. Because if it was, it does indicate a scene in the daytime where there were weapons at Kopi 3 in the close vicinity of deceased protesters. So, again, it's a factor to be borne in mind when one assesses this whole question. But at this stage, it's certainly open to you to argue at the end, if there's an evidential basis for it, that the removal of the weapons and their replacement was possibly not as it should have been, because weapons may have been put in the hands of people who weren't holding weapons beforehand. And the other question, of course, is the circumstances in which this removal and replacement was revealed or communicated to the evidence leaders. That will be another aspect of evidence and a basis for argument. But I think we mustn't spend too much time on the issue with this witness, because with all due deference and respect to her, she can't throw very much light on it herself.
Into ibikade ichazwa ngumgcini sihlalo apha okokuba le nto ethetha ngomhlekazi uMpofu iyevakala yona, kodwa ke inezizathu eziningi. Uthi ke enye into kubuza umuntu bengekho apho.
Commissioner Hemraj points out to me that, and this is almost a response to what Mr. Semenya said, there is a video showing the police removing a firearm from the scene pretty soon after the events.
Yes. Yes, Chairperson, there is, and that's, let me start with Mr. Semenya's objection. If I'm forced to play that video, I will, not now, because it's not ready. But I would have thought that Mr. Semenya has seen the videos of the police immediately, when we were doing Mr. Makidiwana's evidence, for example. You remember his evidence about the removal of the stick. We've seen all that. And there's no suggestion at that stage that the paramedics were there. But even if there was, remember, Chair, that Captain Muhlaki testified that he arrived there, and when he arrived, the pile was already there, and there were certainly no paramedics at that stage. So that's evidence that has been led in this commission, which, as I say, I can go and dig it up on the record or play the videos, but I would have thought those are issues that are...
Anyway, but my main concern was it doesn't seem to be much profit to be derived from putting a detailed list of questions to this witness about it, because she can't throw any light herself on it. That's my main point. But Mr. Semenya had another point which you are dealing partly with.
Yes, I just wanted a ruling on the objection first, and then I can deal with your concerns, Chair.
Chair, the paramedics, there is the other side of the evidence, which is that those who were moving immediately after the shooting happened from forward holding area 1 were told, amongst them the paramedics, to go to scene 1. Now, I don't know whether they arrived subsequent to Mr. Motlaki. I say it is not evident from the videos. And when Captain Motlaki is speaking about paramedics, I don't know whether he's referring to the external ones as opposed to those two that are at the forward holding area 1.
Okay. Chairperson, can I deal with that objection by rephrasing the question?
Uza kubuza ngenye indlela lo mbuzo emva kokuba kube khona yonke le nkcazelo apha endinganichazelanga yona uba kuthethwa ngantoni kodwa kuthethwa ngobungqina obu bukaCaptain Motlaki othi uye wafika abo ezixhobo sezibuthezele ezindawonye.
Okay. General, you've had the debate between myself and my learned friend, Mr. Semenya.
Uyivile intetho phakathi kwami nomhlekazi Semenya, General.
And in order to save time, I'm going to ask it along the following lines.
Wayibuza ngolu hlobo ukuze ningachithi ixesha.
Assume that I will be able to demonstrate to Mr. Semenya and to the Commission that by the time the weapons were removed and put into a pile, the paramedics had not arrived.
Ndizawuzama ukubonisa okokuba ngeli xesha kuthathwa ezixhobo zibekwa phaya ama-paramedics abengekefiki.
And that the arms, those arms were actually removed almost immediately after the shooting.
Nokuthi zathathwa ngalo elo xesha nje ixesha elincinci emva kokuba kudutyuliwe.
If that is so, would you accept that they would, at least as far as that removal is concerned at scene 1, there would be no connection between the removal of those arms and whatever the paramedics said about the conventions, because they were not there?
Uzawuvumelana nami ukususwa kwezo zixhobo nje ixeshana yenzakele le nto akukho ukuhlanganisa loo nto nale mthetho ethi makususwa izixhobo phambi kokuba kungena bempilo.
I would not agree until I see those facts.
Xa
It's a fact
sendiyibonile
that I
ividiyo
can't say yes to a thing I haven't seen.
andikwazi ukuthi ewe kwinto endingayibona.
I accept, of course you can't. That's why I'm saying, and I know this has been a problem throughout your testimony. When I'm saying assume that this is a fact, you can be sure that if later I can't find that fact, the commissioners will just ignore whatever else followed that statement. Okay?
Xa ndithi masiyamkele loo nto
Just
kodwa
be
ke bungaveli
assured of
obobungqina ikhomishini izayiqhalela ngaphandle loo nto.
Yeah. So I'm saying to you, assume that I will be able to show that by the time the arms were removed at scene 1 and the pile of arms was put on the side, that was done, A, almost immediately after the shooting, and B, before the paramedics arrived. Assume that as something that I'm going to show. Sorry, please. Now, if that assumption is correct, if it's not correct, then we don't have to waste time on it. But if it is correct, would you agree with the simple proposition that there would be no connection, therefore, between that removal of the arms at scene 1 and whatever the paramedics may or may not have said about conventions?
Let me say I don't agree, and then I'll deal with other issues when you where you want us to.
Ndithi kwangoku
Before we
andivumelani
carry on,
nawe.
Mr. Semenya has turned his light on and wants to say something.
Chair, surely those conventions are predicated on making the area safe. I can't for the life of me understand how a police operation could be there with people injured and weapons lying around, only for them to wait until paramedics arrive so that the convention can trigger in.
Mhlekazi Semenya uthi umthetho lo ubekiwe wonke umuntu uyavuma okokuba abakwazi ukuba bangenele bezempilo apho basebenze kwimeko enjalo enobungozi kukhona izixhobo. Ngakho ke akwazi ukuthi bebangaziyeka nje ezixhobo apho kude kufike iparamedics phambi kokuba zisuswe.
Mr. Mpofu, it doesn't appear from the videos when the paramedics arrive. How do you propose to show exactly when it is that they did arrive in relation to the removing of the weapons that you say is shown on the video? How are you going to show that?
I've just said, Commissioner, that Captain Muhlage gave evidence before this commission that he arrived at about 4 o'clock, and I asked him the question, when you arrived there, was the pile of arms already there? And he said yes. And he also testified that subsequently the paramedics arrived, or at least that at that stage they had not arrived. So that's concrete evidence, let alone what's on the videos and so on.
Is that what you're relying on to show?
Well, for the concrete evidence, but I'm just saying the video evidence, as you correctly say, is scant. So I'm relying on that too, but I'm relying more on the concrete evidence of Captain Muhlage. But the video evidence I'll also rely on insofar as it shows the people literally shooting and moving in and taking the arms.
uthi ndiyawusebenza apho kungqina obuvele kumfanekiso
Yeah, Mr. Mpofu.
nentetho eyathethwa ngumhlake.
I think that he gives serious consideration to the point I'm now going to put to you. Key witness in this whole matter is Warrant Officer Breed. His
Yeah.
statement is Annexure A to the report that was prepared. He will presumably have to be called in this regard.
Yes, I'm going to deal with him just
And
now.
he was the one. I think he's part of the canine group. So he
Yeah.
actually had a dog with him,
From Vereeniging.
which he says that's why I couldn't keep notes because he had to keep his dog under control.
Yeah.
And he does say, and he doesn't say. This is paragraph 7 of his statement. He doesn't say when precisely he removed the weapons. He does say that he then put them back. And in paragraph 10, he says that he put them back as well as he could remember.
Yes.
And he says he didn't make notes because he had to keep his dog under control. And he says he may have made a mistake with the correct or precise place and position of the weapons. He could also have made a mistake in relation to the exact weapon that he put down.
Yes. In one case, he says he put less than what he found.
So we don't have to debate all that now. The point you're making, to a very large extent, depends upon how accurate he was, and he already admits that he may well not have been accurate. But so I'm not quite sure how much advantage we're going to derive from a detailed cross-examination on this point with this witness, whose answers are going to be hearsay in any event. But I'm not going to stop you at this stage, but I've just indicated to you that I would prefer
Yes.
evidence that we can use later with profit, rather than evidence of
Yes.
the kind it sounds to me that we're going to get.
Yeah. Chairperson, I
Umgcini
think,
bechaza apha
if I may-
ungqina bukaBreed ngoba uzoyichaza yonke lento ngoba wayibhala lento kuba wasebenza ngoluphi uhlobo uthi akunakuba luncedo olukhulu kokuba kubuzwe igeneral ngoba into ezayithetha lana into eve ngabanye abantu.
Chairperson, if I may, I think before I repeat the question for the witness, I just want to make one thing clear. This was the last question before I move to the area that the chairperson has gotten into. Because the real issue with this particular witness is not so much, and I accept what the chairperson is saying, is not so much what this one or that one says. It is what I'm going to take issue with this witness is the fact that she has accepted this report. So I'm going there. I'm not there yet.
No. I accept that.
Yeah.
But even if she accepts the report, we don't have to accept it. Her acceptance isn't binding on us.
No.
We're in the same
That's got
position
nothing
as
to
she
do
is.
with you, Chairperson. It's as a national commissioner. I'm testing the national commissioner of this country, who has instituted a particular report into serious allegations as to whether it is proper or improper for her to accept a particular report. The secondary question of what the commission will do with it.
That's a matter you can deal with later.
Thank you.
Now, let's just hear your question again,
Thank
so that if Mr. Semenya persists in his objection, he'll have an opportunity to object, and I'll then have to make a ruling.
Yes. And this is what I wanted to clarify, Chair, before Mr. Semenya decides whether he persists or not. This is what I want to clarify. The only issue, and I think at least between myself and the chairperson, there's one point that has been missed. The only reason I'm questioning this witness about what happened at scene 1 when we all know that the report deals with sin 2, is to make the following simple point, that the removal of the weapons at sin 1 could not have had anything to do with whatever the paramedics had asked for. And therefore, if the removal at sin 1 is unconnected to the paramedics, then there's no connection between the conventions or whatever the paramedics have said or asked for and the removal. I was just making that simple point. If I'm correct on the, and if, maybe let me rephrase the question.
Almost like an argument point, but anyway, if you're only going to ask one question, you stick to that promise.
Yes, I promise.
Then, subject to what Mr. Semenya says, I'll let you ask the question.
Might I just read to us what appears on page 669 of the record? Because Mr. Mpofu says the only concrete evidence is his reliance on what Captain Motlaki says. To a question against line 8, line 6, the chairperson asks, had the shooting happened yet? Captain Motlaki, yeah. When we arrived there, I think the scene was still active because the police, with the movement of the police officials and the paramedics at the scene, so the record reads.
Undaphaya umhlekazi Semenya apho kuthetha khona umhlaka echaza kokufikeeni kwakhe apho wathola kusagcwele apha amapolisa kusaphithiza ne-paramedics sezifikile ngelo xesha.
Page 840 was my learned colleague Mpofu is asking. Against line 5 says Mr. Mpofu, in fact that must be so because as you say, some of the injured people had not even yet been attended to. Captain Motlaki, at scene 1, that's correct, say, Mr. Mpofu, and were the injured people, at least some of them, attended to in your presence. Captain Motlaki, that's correct, say.
Apho ke kwakubuza umhlekazi Mpofu ephendula ngolo hlobo Captain Motlaki wafumana apho abantu ababezolapho basesematasa besebenza kwaba bantu sekudujuliwe ke nakwisehlakalo sesibini.
Chairperson, honestly, I don't want to be drawn into this because whether this refers to sin 1 or sin 2 or the arrival or the treatment and so on are matters that we can deal with. I was avoiding all this by saying to the witness, if it can be shown that the removal of the weapons at sin 1 happened before the paramedics had anything to do with that scene, if it can be, of course, as I've explained to the witness, if it cannot be shown, and we can debate this with my learned friend later, then whatever I'm going to ask is
the case. How do you propose to show it? Is there evidence you're going to lead, or are there video clips which show that? In which case, will you be able to give us a reference to them?
Well, there are video clips which have already been shown, which are, as I said earlier, to save time, because I don't have them at hand right now, I would present. If I fail to do so, as I say, then this question will fall away.
But you know, you're putting a hypothetical question to the witness.
That's it, yeah.
And if the witness, whatever the answer the witness gives, will depend upon whether, firstly, the hypothesis is correct.
Of course.
And secondly, is her response to the hypothesis going to help us to make any findings at the end of the day? I'm asking.
Yes, Chairperson, it will make you either accept or not accept the fact that the report that she has accepted as National Commissioner has got the flaws that I'm about to point out, one of which is the one we're exploring now.
Uzamukele kanjani uyamukele kanjani lo ntetho engu-National Commissioner okungiyena ophethe xa ezo ntetho zingeyona.
I understood you relying on Captain Motlaki, and the passages that Mr. Semenya has read appear to indicate that Mr. Motlaki doesn't say what you said he said.
Chairperson, you know, I'll just move on to the next point.
I don't want to hamper you from making a point which you...
Well, Chairperson, I've said I rely on videos. I've said I'll rely also on Captain Motlaki. If one of them happens to be debatable. I am not in a position now to play the videos or to deal with whether Mr. Mutlaki's references were to sin 1 or sin 2 and all that. And that's why I'm putting it as a proposition. If indeed that proposition is wrong, then we would, in 2 minutes, be out of this point, and whatever I'm going to ask will be, superfluous.
The problem I have is that it seems to me you're putting a hypothesis as to what Mr. Mutslaki said, which Mr. Semenya has already shown is not correct. That's my difficulty.
All right. Well, that doesn't deal with the videos, but I'll move on. Yeah. Thank you.
I suggest you move on. I also suggest you that if you are later able to show from the videos that the point you made is correct, you will be able to argue very forcibly in support of the argument that you wish now to put to the witness. So I suggest you move on.
Thank you.
To another point.
Qhubeke kwangoku xa sizawuveza leyo mfanekiso sawuthetha ngayo ngelo xesha isibonisiwe.
You have already been referred to, and let me make this clear again. What I'm dealing with now is that you, as National Commissioner, in accepting this report, did not conform with your duties to decisively deal with a serious matter of alleged interference with the scene.
Mandithi ke wena njengo-National Commissioner ekwamkeleni kwakho le nkcazelo oyenzileyo wenze into beyingafanelanga kwisikhundla eso ukuyo okokuba wamkele into enjengalena ubone okokuba bekuwonakalisa isehlakalo.
That advocate sounds like a conclusion, and I appreciate to be taken into what brings you there.
Yes, okay.
Sisigqibo eso sithathayo ke ndifuna ukwazi isizathu esenza okokuba ufikele kweso sigqibo.
The first one is the one that I canvassed with you yesterday, that even if we accept what the paramedics are alleged to have said, it relates to injured persons and does not include the dead people who were shown in the pictures.
Njengoba bendithetha nawe izolo le ntetho ke besithi beyiphathelene nabantu babenzakele hayi aba babeswelekile bakuleyo ndawo.
Chair, that's also not correct. Briet refers to the dead people as well.
Ayikho nyaniso loo nto ethethwayo ngoba uBriet apha uthetha ngabo bonke abenzakele nabaswelekile.
Well, if that is so, then it makes the matter even worse, because Briet spoke about 84 injured people, and we know that in that scene another 14 people died. So that means almost about 100. Actually, 18 people died there, but 4 died in hospital. That means about 102 people. And I'm putting this to you. We will argue that the chances of arms from 102 people which have been removed and replaced in the dark make that exercise of the replacement of those arms something that you should not have accepted.
I'm not sure it was pitch dark. I think there were searchlights and things on the scene, were there not?
I didn't say pitch dark.
Sorry? No, I know you didn't, but you said in the dark, which
Yeah,
created
it
the
was.
impression
It
that
is-
they were stumbling around.
That was
not able to see what they were
Ulster
up to.
Skimmerhead. Paragraph 9. Ek weet nie presies watter tyd nie, maar dit was ongeveer 1815 en dit was Ulster Skimmerhead. Het 'n swart man wie 'n privaatklerige gekleed was mee op die toneel genadeer. Ek ken nie die persoon nie, Ek twyfel of ek kon hom sal herken. Ek het aangesien dat hy 'n lid van die polisie se fotograwe by die plaaslike rekordsentrum, so on. All that suggests the following, that Breed says it was dark, already dark, and he saw some private person in clothing that he assumes is a member of LCRC, and that person told him, or Fersuk, whatever Fersuk is, requested him to place the weapons. Men of meer, waar ek dit gevind vanaf verskeef of verwyder het. I mean,
Ubeka ngolo hlobo uBriet
Understand.
ukuba ezizixhobo babezibeka phaya ngelo xesha kuse kulohatya bezama ukuzibeka uthi men of
and
mere
this is the
okokuba
kind of thing that
fuphi nalapho
you
becinga
accepted
ukuba
as the
zithethe khona.
explanation for the tampering, is it?
I think, Advocate Mpofu, what you're giving me is a judgment
Yes. Somehow.
of my judgment. And I would like to say, you have a right to make that judgment, but I still believe the judgment I made, based on the facts of accepting this report, in my opinion, is rational.
Lento
Okay.
ndicela yona indlela oyibona ngayo lento wena Hlekazi uMpofu.
And he says, Breed further, ek het toe so goed soos ek kon onthou die wapens
lonke
wat ek verskuif en verwyder het teruggeplaas. In other words, he's saying, well, as far as I could remember, I put wherever I remembered where I had placed
Wenza
it.
zonke inzame zokuba azibeke ezi zinto njengoba ube sekhumbula ukuba into ethize ibilapha ilapha wenza yonke into ngokhono lwakhe.
Did you also accept that as a reasonable explanation of how the weapons were removed and replaced?
Yes.
Ewe ndiyayamkela lento kokuba zasuswa ngaloo ndlela zaphindiselwa ngaloo ndlela.
And then just one more. On paragraph 13, he's talking about a spear that he removed. He says, ek mag miskien die spies in die verkeerde rigting geplaas het, maar dit was in 'n vertikale posisie langs die liggaam.
Uthi ke umkhonto lo wawulele ngayo ndlela mhlawumbe kodwa wawujongisa le endaweni yokuthi bawujonge kwelinye icala kodwa ubeka kuyo le ndawo kuyo hlanu kwalomzimba.
And then on paragraph 14, he says, ek het, this is from another body now, ek het die panga en ander wapens wat daar naby gelê het opgetel en op die rots langs die liggaam geplaas. Then this is the highlight. Ek het later net die panga met die gele hand vasstel wat ek langs die liggaam gekry het, terug langs die liggaam geplaas.
Uthi ezinye izixhobo iphanga le yayi nesibambo esiphuzi ngombala wasithatha wasibeka phezu kwelitya ukuthi emva kwexesha wasithatha wayosibeka ecaleni kwalomzimba.
Okay, this is the key person who seems to have done this. He's a warrant officer. He's not a senior officer.
Lo muntu owenza lento yi-warrant
Takes
officer
instructions from some unknown person in private clothes.
exelela ngumuntu owayembethe impahla.
Weapons, as far as he can remember, and we're dealing with about 100 people. Remember, when he removed those weapons, he didn't know that he's going to have to replace them. It's because someone else said that he must replace them about 2 hours later. I mean, really, would you say that this adequately and satisfactorily, according to you, explains this serious matter?
Sikhumbuleke ukubana xa ezithatha phaya ubengazi okokuba uyawudinga ukuba ziphindisele emva kwexesha. Kwathi ke lo muntu wayenxibe impahla eprivate esemxela uba makazibuyisele wazibuyisela uyayamkela ke lento kokuba wazibuyisela ngendlela beziyiyo.
Advocate, the important thing is to say lives had to be saved. The paramedics were there. The paramedics are indicating in their statements, they also refer us to the conventions. to say, is the place safe, is it not safe? And it is in accordance with their conventions that those weapons be removed so that they can focus. The actual report also talks about focusing on saving lives. And Briet and whoever else that was there do that really to assist those paramedics to do what they're supposed to be doing. And I think there's levels of acknowledgement, even in some of the statements that I've read through, that let me maybe step back and say, you talk about somebody in private clothes. Our detectives do not wear uniform. And the LCRC people were not in uniform. And I think he didn't just see it as a person not wearing uniform. He saw some authority in that, and I'm sure he would be questioned on that. That's what I read in that. And that's why I understand the broader stakeholders that are participating there. And I think there's also some acknowledgement that some of the weapons could have been placed, maybe not correctly and that type of thing. But the spirit of doing that was to assist those who were there to save lives. And we as police also do not use our eyes to decide that somebody is dead. I presume the paramedics also did that type of test, because you don't just look at a body and say this person is dead. They would have checked and say this body, using their expertise, is gone and all that. And it is all those things that informs me as I read this report and I read the diverse inputs to take a decision.
Okay, I'm going to move away from this.
General okokuba wenziwa intoni ayamkele lento ngoba phela kwawumkhulu umsebenzi kwakufanele wenziwe phaya. Uthi enye into lo Briet ethi umuntu wayenganxibanga uniform akasho nje okokuba kwakungumuntu nje amafokisi nalaba beLSAT bebanganxibanga uniform. Uthi ke ngabenzi nesigqibo sokuba umuntu ufile xa bembonelele phaya kufanele kuze abantu abanamava bakwazi ukuba benze eso sigqibo.
All I want to say to you is that this is not at this stage so much a criticism of Briet. That will happen if and when, as the chairperson says, he comes here. This is a criticism of you in accepting this kind of thing and now rationalizing it without taking that extra step of saying, yeah, but really, if it was dark, if this guy put it maybe next to, and so on, that your duty as the national commissioner who is facing a serious allegation which has created an international and local uproar of this magnitude should not accept this kind of wishy-washy report, and that you have neglected your duty, not Briet, in telling us, as you did yesterday, that the matter is now closed, you've accepted this, and life must carry on.
I'm sorry, before Mr. Semenya says anything, I would say I didn't hear the National Commission say the matter is closed. Certainly, as far as this commission is concerned, the matter is definitely not closed. No. And whatever, and even though the National Commissioner may accept the correctness of the report, as I've said, that doesn't bind us. I've no doubt we'll have argument on the matter. We'll keep open minds, the three of us, on the whole matter until the very end. So it's certainly not closed as far as we're concerned, but I didn't hear her say it was closed either. But let's hear what Mr. Semenya has to say.
Well,
that's precisely.
Maybe you didn't hear her, Chair, but she did say it.
Me?
We can play the record, we can play the tape.
Mr. Semenya first. Maybe the Commissioner will say she does regard it. Anyway, let's hear Mr. Semenya first.
Chair, it is precisely what the Chair raises, but also too, that the witnesses, I came to the decision which I hold to be rational. Mr. Mpofu can differ. I don't know where this is taking us to. And I don't see any legal predicate on which Mr. Mpofu says there is a duty on a national commissioner not to accept statements which he rationally says to her are rational.
The point will be, he's going to argue at the end of the matter, and he wants to give her a chance to reply, I suppose. So, anyway, let's see what she has to say. What do you say about this? Do you regard the matter as closed, National Commissioner?
Judge, I have no powers to close any matter of this commission. That's number one. But let me start off by saying, to what Advocate Mpofu is saying, the fact that without being prompted, I saw a problem. and I commissioned people to do the investigation for me. I didn't just want to rely on the statements that were sitting in that. That in itself shows the responsibility, the seriousness with which I treated this matter. That's fact number one.
Eyokuqala into ndathi xa ndiyiva le nto ndenza okokuba kwenziwe uphando ngoba kukho izinto ezithize phaya zazingangonelisi.
The second issue is that I have looked into all this that has been given to me, and I am saying, given what I have made out of these facts, I do think there is a rational explanation of what has happened. And indeed, you know, it doesn't stop anyone to judge my judgment, and I would say it is your right to judge my judgment. But where I'm sitting, I'm saying I have had at least some insight into what has happened, and in my view, it is rational, and my standpoint remains.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo uGeneral kuba emva kokuba ndenze kokuba kwenziwe oluphando kuye kwaba khona ingxelo eziziswa kum ke nde xa ndizijonga zonke ezo zinto kwabakho into ecacayo kokuba ndingayamkela lento umhlekazi uMpofu xa eyihlaba leyo nto unalo igunya elipheleleyo lokuba enze njalo.
And that is my input into the commission. The judgment of the commission remains.
Okay.
Mna nje ndisisa ubungqina apha abantu abazakwenza isigqibo ekugqibeleni kwale nto yi-commission lihleleyo apha andinagunya mna lokwenze njalo.
All right. Thank you. Firstly, let me tell you that you are changing your evidence. On the 16th, when you come back, I'll play the tape for you, and you'll hear that I even apologized for asking you a double question. I said, are you satisfied with the report, and is the matter now closed? And you said yes. And I said, sorry for those are two questions in one. But that will be a matter, it's either I'm right or you are right. That's what you said yesterday, and I will show that. Secondly,
uthi uzawukhombisa i-record nge-16 kokuba ucommissioner usetshintsha intetho yakhe ngoku uye wathi yena ngokwakhe le nto igqityiwe ivaliwe xa ebuzwa umbuzo nguye.
Secondly, yes, both you and Mr. Semenya are quite correct by introducing the element of rationality into it. Because that's exactly what I've said to you, I'm going to argue, that a reasonable national commissioner in your position presented with this kind of thing would not be satisfied and say, and that's what I will argue. So rationality is definitely going to be part of it, and that's the only issue I'm going to argue on this.
You made the rationality point already, and she gave her answer to it. So I think that we can now perhaps move on to another matter. uCommissioner wesikhundla esakho bangafanelanga ukuba yamkele ingxelo njengoba uxelele uthi kuCommissioner masiqhubeke.
But Judge, there's something, can I say something? The question you asked that day was based on 22 and 23 of the reports that I've given, because the report was still saying progress with the investigation is still to be reported. And I said we circulated another report. And we will be also sharing, you know, a composite report that covers everything.
Yeah. No, that was not me. That was Mr. Madlanga. That was Mr. Madlanga, and on the basis of that answer, you presented us with the latest report. What I asked you was yesterday, I said, is the matter now, meaning yesterday, is the matter now, are you now satisfied, and is the matter now closed? But let's not quibble about that.
Despite my efforts to close the door on this one for the moment, we will revisit this probably on the 16th. And we'll deal with it then with such fortitude as we can muster.
Okay. The last point I want to deal with on this topic is whether or not you would agree with me that, and that deals mainly with what the chair was saying, that, look, whether Mr. X had the weapon or not, it doesn't matter, you know, because somebody had the weapon. No, not Mr. X.
It does matter. It could matter in relation to the particular person in whose hand a weapon was placed. If he didn't have the weapon there before. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter to that extent. But in the overall picture as to whether the people on the copy had dangerous weapons, it isn't necessarily so important as to who had what.
So-
But it is a factor, but you can't ignore the fact that if a weapon was put in the hands of someone who didn't have the weapon beforehand, that is contamination and tampering, and that's a serious matter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes. With that background in mind, would you accept that there is the additional and more important point, given that our Constitution recognizes, among others, the values of Ubuntu and respect and human dignity, that the idea of a dead body being manipulated and placed with weapons that were not there. I'm using that theory now, assuming, again, that there's no rational explanation. That is something that is offensive to our culture, to the respect that is given to a dead person, who, after all, is God's temple, and more importantly, to the families of those people who will see the last picture of their loved one with a panga which may not have been there.
Uthi uyayivumana lento kokuba umgaqo-siseko wethu kuthetha ngezinto eziningi phaya kokuba makuhlonishwe isidima somuntu, kuhlonishwe impilo yakhe, kuhlonishwe izithethe zakowethu, yonke lento. Uthi uyayivumana into yokuba ukuthatha isixhobo esinjengephanga usifake kwisandla somzimba womuntu oswelekileyo kube ngumfaniso wokugqibela ubawubonayo basekhaya yinto embi kakhulu leyo?
I think that's a very emotionally laden statement. I'd
Yeah,
rather
yes, it
we
is.
deal, yes, I'd rather stick with the facts to say the weapons were removed to assist those who were there, to assist those who were injured. I'd rather remain with that.
Mandigqibele ngokuthi izixhobo ezi zasuswa apho ukunceda aba babezonceda aba bantu ngezempilo ukuze babe bakhuseleke. Masiyigqibezele apho.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that as the last word on that issue from our National Commissioner.
Sizayamkela ke leyo kuba intetho yokugqibela
Now-
evezwe nguCommissioner, uNational Commissioner wethu.
The next issue is you've said that you instituted an investigation. You remember saying to one of my learned colleagues in relation to the Mybeck matter that you referred it to IPID because you did not want to investigate yourselves. Why was this serious matter of the tampering report treated differently and you investigated yourselves?
Ngoku uthe le kaMayibhek uye wabona ukuba into enobuzaza kakhulu wayithumela kwaba be-IPD ngoba ungafuni ukuba amapolisa aziphande wona ngokwawo. Lena ke yokonakaliswa kwale ndawo yesehlakalo ngoba nayo into enobuzaza into ni ziphandele yona ngokweni.
The main reason is that in this incident, there was no person killing another person, police killing another person. When those type of issues, it's categoric, it's clear. I can't even touch that. If a policeman kills another person, IPID must come in. In this regard, I wanted to understand these pictures to say, why are our pictures daylight ones and why are the LCRC ones that we got here, you know, once
Bona lo
for whatever.
mohluko phakathi
But I
kwemi-
wasn't dealing with lives being taken. I was looking at pictures.
Ndithe xa ndibona lo mohluko kwizithombe ezezathathwa sekurhatyile nezezathathwa emini kukhanya
And it is within my remit to do so.
kukho umahluko. Ndathanda ukuba makwenziwe uphando ngoba ndifuna uqonda mna kwenzeke ntoni apha kwakungasolakanga mntu. Xa ipolisa libulele umntu kanene kho umntu uswelekileyo leyo ke into enobuzaza ethunyelwa kwi-IPID.
Do I understand from that answer that you are making a distinction between cases where there's an allegation or a possibility of a policeman having caused a death, in which case it gets referred to IPID, or other forms of serious allegations of serious misconduct on the part of the police, which, according to that answer, should not be referred to IPID and should be investigated by yourselves.
Ukho umahluko owenzayo kwizehlo zolwaphulo mthetho emapoliseni okokuba elityala linobuzaza kufanele lenziwe i-IPID amanye uthi hayi lawa singawenza thina ngokwethu.
I'm saying to you, I saw pictures that are different. I had pictures that we submitted to this commission.
Ndabona imfanekiso yohlukile kwakuyimfanekiso esasiyithumele kule commission.
I saw pictures that were with the evidence leaders that were different from ours.
Ndabona eminye evela kwi-evidence leader eyohlukile kuneyethu.
And I wanted to understand.
Ndafuna kokuba ndiqonde kakuhle.
And I asked this investigation, and I understand now.
Ngoku ke ndizawucela ukuba kwenziwe olophando ndize ndifumane le ngxelo endinayo ngoku.
Okay, you didn't answer my question, but I'll ask another one.
Ndizawubuza omnye umbuzo ngoba ungawuphendulanga lona.
Should I also understand from that answer you gave before this one that you regarded the Maybeck allegations as involving a policeman killing somebody?
Lega mayibheke awuyijonganga njengento ipolisa apho libulala khona umuntu.
There was an allegation by Meber that he saw somebody had a shot, and that shot, he saw somebody dead, and he made a statement also. In the statement that he has made led to those type of allegations.
Senziwa nguMaybeck esitsho ukuba wayibona lento ngawakho amehlo isenzeka yikho nje yade kwayathathela ezinyathelo.
Okay, that also is not an answer to my question, but
Nalapho awuphendulanga umbuzo wami kodwa ke
just in case I get this right, you know, there are allegations about a Sangoma who was killed recently with an R5.
ke wayiva le ntetho yokubulawa kweqhala isangoma mva nje.
I don't know about the allegation, I know about a Sangoma who's dead.
Ndazi ukuba kwintetho enjengaleyo kodwa ndiyazi ukuba kukhona isangoma eswelekileyo.
But all I'm asking you, madam, is whether you are aware that that dead Sangoma, around his death, there are allegations that he was killed with an R5, which is a police issue.
Wayiva into yokuba esi sangoma eswelekileyo sibulewe ngumpu ongu-R5 lo usetyenziswa ngamapolisa.
I have heard that.
Ndayiva loo ntetho.
Now, that raises a possibility no higher than that, that Sangoma was killed by a policeman. Has that matter then been referred to IPID?
Ukukrokrela okokuba esi
Has it been
sangoma
referred to IPID?
bethwe ngabomthetho sibethwe ngamapolisa.
That's not an
sithumele
objection.
ku-IPID.
Chair, I object.
Menya,
about that.
I reprove members of the audience if they laugh. I'm afraid the same reproof has to be administered to you. Please behave yourself. Don't laugh when questions are asked. You may think that they're ridiculous. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Carry on, Mr. Mpofu.
But I still make the objection, Chair. I'm still making the objection. I apologize for my conduct. I'm objecting to the question.
Ndiyaxolisa umhlekazi Siminya ngokuhleka lo mbuzo kodwa ke uthi usaqhubeka.
There is no premise for Mr. Mpofu to say that shooting was done by policemen.
Akukho bungqina
I
nobuncinci
didn't
nje bokuba
understand
umuntu
him say
wabulawa
that. Repeat
ngamapolisa.
your question again.
Well, yes, thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, let me remind the Commission of the question that I asked first.
Well, that's why I asked you. Repeat the question.
Yeah, no, not this one, not the one that's being objected to. I'm
No,
taking.
I remember the question before that, but this question, so
Khawuphinde
that I
nje lo
can deal with the
mbuzo.
objection.
Okay, it was in view of your answer, then to the previous question, which I'm not allowed to repeat. She had heard of the allegation that the person had been killed with an R5, which is police issue.
Uyivumile into yokuba wayiva ukuba ubethwe nge-R5 lo mfo ungumpu wamapolisa i-R5.
And the question was this: given that answer, and given the possibility, I won't place it higher than that, that if the person was killed with an R5, which is police issue, that they may have been killed by a policeman. Has she referred that matter to IPID?
Umbuzo ke yiloko ukuba xa
there's anything
siya-
wrong
Well,
with
not she. Has the matter been referred to?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that question. Please proceed.
It's now qualified as a may.
I thought it was originally, but I may have been wrong. Anyway, it's now codified. So carry on, Mr. Prof.
Please answer the question.
Unfortunately, all those allegations that you're talking about, I don't know. I just know that there is somebody who died,
Yonke
was
le
shot with
mithetho
an
nayo-
R5. A
And-
case number has been opened and is being investigated. And
le
let
nto-
me put it on record to say, if there is a policeman that has shot any other person, doesn't matter where it is, IPID will be involved.
yonke le nthethe ngayo ndiyazi ke ngaphandle kuba ndivile okokuba lo muntu wadudula nge-R5 kuvule idokethe ngoku liyaphandwa xa kungumsebenzi wamapolisa lona i-IPD ikhona yonke indawo kweli lizwe.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for. If the Commissioner, just bear with me 1 second, Chairperson. I think it's 8, FF8. Just on the same vein, I'm just going to touch on the Mybeck case, and I promise it will be 1 or 2 questions because I don't want to spoil the good work that Mr. Matlanga did on it.
Thando kokuba ndone umsebenzi omhle kangaka owenze ngumhlekazi uMadlanga ndizawuthi nje kancinci ndibethe phaya kule ndaba kaMybeck.
Well, firstly, on that subject, would you agree that the identification or the process to identify the people involved was demonstrated by Mr. Madlanga in a few minutes? And Mr. Madlanga is an advocate from the Transkei, so he's not a detective.
Uthi uyazi kakuba
But that he was
umhlekazi
able
uMadlanga-
to crack the case in a few minutes and left us with at least 2 people, 2 constables from NIU that were, that would be the suspects.
uthi umhlekazi uMadlanga wathatha imizuzwana yambini ukuthi afikelele kwesi sigqibo sokuba kukhona abantu ababini nje ama-constable ekufanele aphandwe phaya uba ngomphi phakathi kwabo wadubula lo muntu. Uthi ke enye into umhlekazi uMadlanga yi-advocate akalolo ipolisa, enye into ke ungumuntu ovela kulaa mhlaba wokwethu phaya umhlaba onengce.
Exactly is the question. You put certain factual statements to the witness.
No.
What's
No.
the question?
The question is what I said, which is, would you agree that it wouldn't take much effort, as was demonstrated here, to narrow the suspects at least to 2 people, as was done by Mr. Matlanga?
Maybe let me lighten this. I'm also from Limpopo, Lishoan.
Manditsho nam uba ndivela phaya kwelaseLimpopo.
Okay, then we should rely on the IPID people.
I think the important thing is that when IPID is investigating, that would be the role of the IPID to do that. I can't interfere with their investigation.
Xa ityala elinjengeli liphethwe yi-IPD ngabo abasebenza le nto andikwazi ukungenela mna apho kuphando lwabo.
Fair enough. The real question that I wanted to ask you is this, and you may or may not agree with me because some of it is speculative. On triple F8, and as I said, I'm not going to repeat that whole exercise.
I'll listen.
Have you got triple F8? Okay, I'll help you with it. On triple F8, Mr. Madlanga had reduced this possible person who killed, as you agreed, the other person, to a constable Halam or a constable Tafeni.
Aba mabini nje
Number 3
amapolisa.
and 23.
Constable Alam no Constable Tafeni owatsho uMadlanga xa esayizisa
Interrupt you. I
kwabangabo
don't think you can say that
kuphela abantu
either of
bebangapha.
those persons necessarily killed somebody else, but it either killed probably or attempted to kill, because all that Mybeck says is the shot was fired. He doesn't. He heard a shot being fired. He doesn't say that someone died as a result of that. It's an inference which may be drawn. The other inference is it may have been attempted murder. But anyway, it's not really material for the question you're asking, but I'm just doing it for the purposes of making the record correct.
Chairperson, also for the same purposes, I must say that it's not my bag, it's the witness who said this involved a killing, which is why it was referred to IPID. 2, my bag says that the killer, alleged killer, said when he asked, what are you doing, they deserve to die.
Uthi uyithatha laa nto kule nto yathethwa nguMayibeck uba xa ebuza lo mntu yenzelani le nto wathi bafanele ukufa aba. Uthi enye into ukuthi
again, that's consistent with an attempt to kill, but again, I assume that a policeman who attempts to kill someone else, his case is also referred to IPID, so we don't have to spend extra time on that.
I would assume so.
uye wayiveza ukuthi loo nto ipolisa nje
For the sake of
eliyenza into
progress.
enjengaleyo lithunyelwa kwi-IPID.
Yes. For the sake of progress, I'll say alleged killing. The real point is that Mr. Madlanga had reduced it to a Constable Halam and a Constable Tafeni. Remember?
So loyo wayizisa umhlekazi uMadlange bakhupha bonke ababanye kwade kwasala abababini ngabantu abakhokhela iconstable ezimbili uAlam noThafeni.
That has been dealt with. What's the question?
Ewe siye sagqiba kuloo.
That is the question. Do you remember that?
I
Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
remember that.
Yeah.
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula.
Okay. Now, the Halam, and maybe you can assist there. Halam doesn't sound like an African surname, does it?
Andithi xa sithetha ngoHalam akubonakali ukuthi ngumuntu ontsundu.
I don't know.
Andiyazi.
No, neither do I. But
Mr.
I'm-
Takota tells me there's an advocate Hallam whom he knows, who is also a gentleman. So I'm not sure the inference that you're seeking to draw is correct.
Kukhona uadvocate Halam endimaziyo ngumXhosa.
I also know of an advocate, Peter, who's a closer, but that, by the way, the point I'm making is that it doesn't sound. Yeah.
Sounds like a very profitable line of investigation, frankly, Mr. Mpofu. But anyway,
Thank you. Anyway, the only point I'm making is that actually it's not even just about it's not about race as such. It could have been the other one is tall, the other one is short, the other one is fat, the other one is thin. It doesn't matter. The point I'm making is that once it's been reduced to 2 people, it would be easy, either using their race, their height, or whatever it is, to say to Mayibeck, it's now between these 2, and that might have jolted his memory. That's all. Would you agree? If you don't, and we'll move on.
Siyavumelana apha kokuba xa kusele aba babini bekuyawuba lula gqitha kuMayibeck ngokuthi ke aba bantu mhlawumbe omnye mde omnye mfisha omnye sisidudla omnye uzayo abuze okokuba ngomphi kwaba babini.
I have said that type of information is going to help IPID.
Lawo
Not us
ngxelo
as
enjengaleyo
police, it can be referred
izawunceda
to IPID.
uIPID xa ithunyelwa phaya kubo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to move to another topic. Maybe it might be a convenient stage.
we will take the adjournment until 11:30 this morning.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sawungena apha ngo-11:30 tiye ngoku.
Yeah.
Marikana comes from where? Pondoland. Hey, Ewan.
anybody to come and say we have lost more than 13. And we would like to appeal to those individuals who are claiming that we have more than 13 people to bring the bodies that they claim to be of South African National Defence Force members to the South African National Defence Force authorities.
Making international headlines,
illegally on forest land. Why it came down is still unclear. Building collapses are a common problem in India.
Recapping your top story, a plant to treat the toxic acid mine drainage in Johannesburg will only be operational
Iyaqala i-commission.
The commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, now I'm going to, as I said in the morning, just step a little bit back and deal with some of the preliminary issues that, or rather complete some of the issues we dealt with yesterday, which I'm sure you and I are going to agree on, at least initially.
Ifuna sigqibeze into besincokola izolo ndikholwa into yoba sawuvumelana ke ngezo zinto ezo.
Now, what I propose to do is to outline for you. You know, there's this body of what I call the regulatory and policy framework and so on, and which is a lot of documents and legislation. And what I've done is I've extracted some of what I think are the key principles and philosophies from those documents, which I will be questioning you about. But I first want us to agree that those can be distilled from the framework. Are we together?
Into benifuna ukuyisho ke xa ndithatha phaa kwepolisi namanye amaxwebhu sawuthatha kwezinye nezinye ndike ndikubuze ngazo sihamba kunye.
I'm listening.
Mamele.
Right. And we had started with some of this yesterday. In terms of the philosophical background of the policies and principles around crowd management, which are mainly contained in FFF1, but also in other documents.
Asithatha ngepolisi ke ngoku kunezinto zolwala kwezihlwele ezikho phaa ku-FFF1.
You would agree with me, as it is indicated in the very first line of FFF1, that those policies are deeply rooted in the socio-political changes that occurred in 1994.
Kuthi ezo polisi zisekelwe phezu kotshintsho kolwenzeke ngo-1994 utshintsho lwezopolitiko.
Agreed?
I'm working with you.
Ndisahamba nawe.
Okay, I prefer instead of working with me, if you agree when you agree.
Endaweni yohamba nam ndifuna mhlawumbi ukhetha uba uthi uvumela nam okanye awuvumelane nam.
Perhaps my use of working with you is that it's a process. You are going to come to a point where you say, these are doing this. So I'm safer saying I'm working
No,
with you.
you're right. But for the sake of progress, I think let's do it one by one, because then you might agree with 3 and the other 2 you don't. So let's rather do it one by one.
Uthi masiyenze ke ibenye ngexesha.
So would you agree? Okay, I'll read it out. It says, the very first line of FFF1, as a result of the vast socio-political changes that have occurred in South Africa over the past few years.
Yeah, that helps.
Ithi ke ngenxa yezizathu ke kwezopolitiko apho kubekho utshintsho eMzantsi Afrika kule minyaka imbalwa edlulileyo.
New approaches, tactics, techniques must be developed, and so on and so on. So
Indlela ezintsha ke ngokuzobuchule funeke ziphuhliswe.
That helps, I agree.
thank you. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
Vumela.
one of the principles. Yeah. And then another principle or philosophical foundation that can be distilled from this body of documents is that it is steeped in the culture of fundamental rights and constitutional principles, correct?
Enye into esiyibonayo xa sijonge kwezi polisi ke isekwe ngaphezu ke ngoku kwamalungelo abantu. Injalo loo nto?
Correct.
Enjalo.
And is it also correct that what it seeks to do, in a nutshell, is to move from a culture of crowd control to a culture of crowd management?
Into efuneka yenziwe pho ke kukuba mayisuka apha ke ngoku ekulawuleni izihlwele kuyiwe ekungameleni izihlwele.
That is the spirit, yes.
Ewe yiyo indlela yakhona into yenziwayo.
And would you also agree that very clearly what comes out of this, and in particular, even from the Act, the Regulation of Gatherings Act, is what one might call a new participatory spirit or ethos. In other words, involving all the stakeholders at some stage or another.
Kwale mthetho ke into ebalulekileyo ukuthathwa inxaxheba ke ingakumbi kalo maqela abandakanyekayo.
I would agree.
Yavumelana nawe?
And that another fundamental principle is the prevention, and I use that word advisedly, the prevention of violence.
Enye into ke ngoku into yokuthintela ke ngoku izidubedube.
Just repeat that.
Another key principle that you can distill from this body of policies and regulations is the prevention of violence.
Enye into ibonayo ke kuzo zonke ezi policy kukuthintela izidubedube.
The prevention of violence or management of or public order. I'm a little bit lost on that one to say, do you prevent violence or do you manage violence? What are you saying?
Surely you try and so far as you can to ensure that there isn't violence.
At least
Or
as a
prevent
goal.
it if you can. Obviously, if you can't, you then got to manage it. But your first objective, perhaps one of the primary objectives, is to prevent violence so far as you can do so. I mean, that must be right, surely.
Okay.
Yavuma naye ugeneral into yokuba into yokuqala ikukuthintela
Let's
izidubedube.
agree and continue.
Sorry?
Vumelane
We
kuyo
agree, let's
siqhubekeke.
continue.
We agree, okay. And just to assist you insofar as you may be hesitant, the 2.3
No, I'm fine. We can continue.
says, no, well, I want to emphasize it. 2.3 says that to accomplish the following ideals for crowd management situations, and then it says 1, no loss of life, no loss of life. 2.3.2, no damage to property. 2.3.3, no injuries. And as the chairperson says, obviously that's the goal. Doesn't mean it will always happen.
Njengoba kutshiwe ke ngoku into ukuba kufuneka ubone into yoba akho mntu uphulukana nobomi, akho mpahla etshityaliswayo kwaye akukho kungxwelerheka kwenzekayo.
Happiness.
Agreed?
Ewe.
Now, those are what I would call the foundational principles of the new approach.
Indlela entsha ke ngoku isiseko, indlela esiseko le ndithetha ngayo le entsha.
And then to achieve this, there seems to be an overemphasis, if it is possible, on communication, dialogue, accuracy of information. Do you agree?
Ukuze ke lento kwazi uba yenzeke kugxiniswa kakhulu ke ngoku kuthethathethwano nokuba ulwazi funeke ibe lucaca okanye ibe into evakalayo.
I would agree.
Ndiyavumelana.
In fact, on that particular one, at 4.2.2.5 of FFF1, it says the importance of constant two-way communication, negotiation, and liaison among all relevant role players cannot be overemphasized.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku indlela embini yokwenza uthethathethwano ke ngoku akufunekanga into ingakumbi yenziwa ngabantu babandakanyekayo ayinto ekufuneke igxininiswe ngendlela egqithiseleyo.
And then somewhere, I'm just reading random extracts. At 5.2.2, it says, even if problems arise, the first step to solving them must still be continuous dialogue and communication. That's 5.2.
Noba ke ngoku ingxaki zikhona kodwa ukuthethathethwano yinto efuneka iqhubekeke ikhona unxibelelwano.
Yes.
Ewe.
Then 5.2.4 to 5.2.7 prescribes a warning and then a second warning and so on. So it's all pervasive, this need for constant communication, dialogue, and information accuracy.
Ke ngoku apha ku 5.2.5 bathetha ngesilumkiso napha ku 7 ke izinto ezibalulekile kakhulu ingakumbi xa kukho uthethathethwano olwenzekayo.
Yes.
Agreed.
Ewe.
And then another very important principle which comes out And it comes out, this one comes out of the Constitution of the Republic. It appears in the legislation. It appears in your duties as they are outlined in the Constitution, actually as the very first one, and also from the policies, and that is the principle of impartiality.
Nalena ke kubaleke ikhona kumgaqo seko ikhona umsebenzi wenzayo ileyo kuba kungakhethwa cala.
Correct.
Kunjalo.
And that principle of impartiality, you'd agree, means not taking sides in whatever the disputes might be there in society, but maintaining law and order and all those good things.
Londo ke ithetha ngokuba xa kukho imbambano kungathathwa cala ingakumbi ke bantwini kuhlaleni. Kodwa into ebafuneka bayenze bagcina umthetho nocwangco.
True.
Inyani leyo.
Sorry, that is true. Thank you. And another one is the promotion of tolerance on the part of the police.
Kukhuthaza kakhona ke ngokunyamezelana kwicala lamapolisa kunyamezela.
In fact, it goes even beyond what would be expected of tolerance of you, well, not you and me, because you're part of the police, but of an ordinary person, in the sense that there's even a passage that says, even when you are being thrown with stones, you must still be tolerant, which would not be expected from an ordinary person.
Umzekelo ke ngokuba noba umuntu ke uthi ugibisela ngamatye funeka ukwazi uba unyamezele into enjalo. Omnye umzekelo ke ngoku aza nawo.
Do you agree with that?
Uyavumelana nami kuloo nto? Ewe, ndinika ingqwalaselo.
In other words, it expects let's put it this way, it expects more from a police official than it would from an ordinary citizen. Because I think I would complain as an ordinary citizen if someone was going to say to me, as they say in 3.3.5, during an operation where individuals or crowds are hostile towards the police, verbal abuse, stone throwing, etc., should be tolerated in order to diffuse the situation. So it expects more from
into endibonayo ke ngoku kuninzi okulindelwe ukuba kwenziwe ngamapolisa njengoba besenza umzekelo apha into yokuba nokuba ayathukwa amapolisa okanye abantu bayenza ngendlela engafanelekanga ngamanye amazwi funeke bayinyamezele into lolo hlobo.
Great.
Ewe.
Sorry, it doesn't record.
Ewe for me.
Do you agree? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And also that and we're going down to the last 2 or 3 now. Very important that these principles promote what they say is a gradualist approach from negotiation to defensive measures through to offensive measures.
Goko ezinto zibonisa uba zikhuthaza ke ngokuthethathethano nendlela ukwazi ukuthintela nendlela ke ukwazi ukuthatha inyathelo efuneke lenziwe.
Yes.
Ewe.
In that order, I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. In that order, in other words, negotiation, defensive measures, offensive measures, escalating from negotiating to offensive measures. Agreed?
Ihamba ke ngolo hlobo iye ilandelelana kusuka apha kuthethathethano nendlela ke ukuyokhusela okanye ukuthintela nendlela ke unenyathelo efuneka lithathiwe ibe sisinye isigaba esilandelayo.
I note what you're saying.
Ndiyayinika ingqwalasela nto uyithethayo.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Look, okay. When you say that, I sense some reluctance. You'll forgive me. So Then I'll read it out to you. At 5.2, it says the sub-stroke-pop policy towards crowd management will be one of a gradual build-up from negotiation through to the implementation of defensive measures to the undertaking of offensive operations. Do you confirm that's the approach in that order?
Policy subs ke ulawula isihlweleke lena ke ngoku izawube ikhula isuka kuthethathethwano iye kwindlela ezithile zokuthintela iyofikela ke ngoku apho ku-operation apho inyathelo lithathwa khona.
Yes, I do note it's policy.
When ndiyayinika ingqalisa ngoba yipolisi ibhaliwe.
Do you agree that that is what comes out of these policies? It's one of the principles that one can extract from the policies.
I have confirmed.
When ndiyingqinisisile loo nto leyo.
Thank you. And lastly, that this body of regulatory and policy principles prescribe the use of minimum force at various parts, or I think as you've put it, which I think is synonymous, no more force than is necessary. Would you agree with that?
Kwaye ke imithetho ke yiyo ebonisayo lawula into okubana usebenzisa amandla ancitshisweyo asebenzisa kuphansi kwemeko ezinjani na.
Yes.
Ewe.
Right. Now, if, as we have agreed, I've put to you about 10 of those principles and philosophies. If, and this is a big if it can be shown that, that the police breached any of these principles and philosophies that you and I have agreed on, you would agree that would mean they've acted unlawfully or irregularly, at least against the spirit and letter of these of the framework. Agree?
Ukuba amapolisa ayithe enza ngendlela echasene nezipolisi benigqiba ukufundela zona ngoku kutsho ukuthi ngamanye amazwi benze into ngokwendlela engakho semthethweni.
I think it would be a very difficult question to answer in a very definite, cut and dry manner, because you've referred to a lot of things.
Iyawuba nzima uba mandiphendule lo mbuzo
That's number
ndiphendule
one.
ngqo ngoba uthethe ngento ezininzi okokuqala.
And for each of those, it would be helpful to take an issue related to the matter, look at the circumstances surrounding that one, and then deal with an outcome for that.
Ngoku ke ngoba konye nenye funeka ujonge ngabunye bayo ujonge imeko kwaye uzojongisa neziphumo zayo.
It can't just be a blanket thing. I think it would be very not fair for both me and you to approach it that way.
Okay.
Asinoyibeka njengendlela ephangaleleyo ndiyabona izoba into engafanelekanga kum nawe xa siyenza ngolo ndlela.
Okay, I'll put it even more clearly, or try to assist you. You and I have agreed on 10 principles that symbolize crowd management in democratic South Africa.
Sithethile ke ngezo principle ezilishumi ezithethe ke ngolawulo isihlwele apha kuMzantsi Afrika.
Yes.
I'm saying now, you can pick anyone. If one, no, so that we don't have this blanket thing about the 10. If the police have breached one of those principles, would you agree that that would be acting unlawfully or at the very worst against?
I don't think you can ask the witness for her opinion of the law.
Okay.
You can ask, I suppose, whether it's contrary to the spirit of the standing orders or something of that nature. But it's not for her to testify as to what the law is. And it's not appropriate for you to put questions of law to her. That's a matter, be a matter for argument.
I've accepted, Chairperson.
Uyamkela ke naye uCouncil ntoba ayinto efanelekile uba angabuza ingqina uGeneral ngento eziphikisene kumthetho.
If one of those principles can be shown to have been breached by the police, would you agree that certain steps and remedial action would have to be taken.
Ukuba kubonakala amapolisa ophule enye ke yale mithetho leyo uyavumelana nami into yokuba kukho amanyathelo kufuneka athathiwe aqatha.
Of those 10 principles that you have mentioned, I have said to you just in my previous answer that they would need to be tested and that I would make my own inputs. Okay.
Uthi into yokuqala ke ngofuneka ezi principles zivavanywe kwaye nami ndikwazi ukwenza igalelo lam.
The one who's alleging would make their own principle, their own inputs.
Nalo wenza isimangalo afake ke ayenze igalelo lakhe.
And in most of the instances, it would be circumstances from both sides.
Kumeko ezininzi ke kuba zimeko ezisuka kumacala omabini.
Then somebody who's as neutral as the judge probably will sit there and say, looking at this debate, which way is it going?
Umuntu ke ngoku ofana ke ngoku nomgwebi ujaji wethu ozojonga amacala omabini ngoba uzimele yena ayibone ba lento ibheke kweliphi icala.
And it is fair and rational that both parties, whatever the outcome, remedies would have to be looked into.
Nokuba ke ngoku into efanelekileyo noba into ba intoni isiphumo salento ke ngoku into efuneka kujongisiswe kuyo kakhulu yisisombululo.
Yes, well, I think you've answered the question at the end. Yeah, I was just going to say, yes, assume all that has happened, the inputs, the what have you, both sides, all that has happened, and then it is, but you've answered, which I'll take as a yes.
So uphenduleke umbuzo ndawuthatha ngoba usithi ewe.
No, advocate, I think just take my answer as it is. Don't try and narrow it. I think that explanation is important to me.
Ungavele ushwangathele impendulo yam kodwa ithathe njengoba ndikunika yona.
Okay, well then I have no option but to ask you the question again. If after all the things you have said, the inputs from both sides, this one has put their side and it's been evaluated and so on, if it is found that the police have breached one of these principles, then such remedial action would be in order, correct?
Ukuba ke ngoku the
one has allowed all these hypothetical questions that if the commission were to make a finding, what will then happen? One, the witness has answered to it. But secondly, surely depends whether that finding is correct on the evidence. And I don't know whether we should necessarily at this point, one, make a contemplation that the finding will be made. One, secondly, that it will be a finding that is consistent with the evidence. Thirdly, that it is one that will be embraced necessarily as corrective in its nature.
I thought she answered that yesterday, that if we were to find, there are various possibilities we could find in favor of the police. Alternatively, we could find against the police on certain aspects. In that event, I think she indicated they would consider, she and her colleagues would consider our findings. If they agreed with them, they would accept them. If they didn't agree, they couldn't appeal. But if there was civil litigation thereafter, in effect based on our findings, and they thought our findings were wrong, they would defend the civil litigation. I understood that to be her argument. She also said she can't say at this stage what she'd do, because until she's seen our report, she won't know whether she agrees with it, whether there's a basis for departing from it or accepting it. That was the evidence she gave yesterday. I don't understand Mr. Mpofu quite to be dealing with that at this stage.
Then you understand me correctly.
Perhaps you could rephrase it again.
Yes.
I mean, basically your point is that if it appears, after full investigation, that the standing orders and the applicable principles have not been applied, if that appears, I presume you would have to accept to the police, not just because we say so, because we may be wrong. Obviously, we'll try not to be, but we may be. But if they are satisfied that prima facie there has been a breach of the relevant prescripts, they will take some action. I think that's your question. And I'd be surprised if she said they wouldn't. But anyway, let's see whether I'm in for a surprise or not.
Yeah, I've been surprised before. Sir.
Do you understand the point, National Commission? The point is, if after this whole exercise, and that all these matters have been looked at, it seems that the prescripts haven't been complied with, some of them have been complied with. And not because we say so, but because we could be wrong, but because you, having considered what we have to say, agree that is so, then some remedial action will be taken. I take it that's a fair proposition to put.
I thought I've answered that, Judge, but I will say the outcomes, positive or negative, will have to be embraced. Where there are need for remedies, that will be taken care of.
Uthi bendisendiphenduleke lo mpendulo xa ndibuza into yoba bangenzeka ke ngoku nokuba iziphumo zalapha kumiwa nathi okanye kugwetywa ngokuchasene nathi ekugqibeleni yonke into ezawuthethwa apha siyawuthi siyamkele nemanyathelo efuneka siwathathe siwafuneka siyilandele loo nto leyo.
And if individuals are found to have been responsible for those breaches right through the chain, then there should be consequences and heads must roll, correct?
Ke ngoku ukuba kukho abantu bebonakala ke ngoku bona bandakanyeka kwizenzo ezingafanelekanga ngamanye amazwi kophulweni lwemithetho leyo kufuneke ngoku kubekho izinto amanyathelo azawuthathwa ngakubo kunjalo.
Given the fact that so many lives have been lost and so on.
Ingakumbi xa sibona into yokuba abantu abaninzi bathe baphulukana nobomi babo njalo njalo.
Advocate, because of the circumstantial nature of these things, I'm comfortable in just saying relevant remedies will be looked into.
Ngenxa yemeko apho isenzo esenzeke kuyo ndiyawuthi ke ngoku indlela ke ngoku ufaneleka isisombululo esabe sisifanelekileyo.
Because what gives me a problem, if I just jump in here and say heads shall roll, really it's not a fair. You start from a prejudgment, you start from a very wrong place. I would say relevant remedies.
Ngoba xa uqala ngokuthi bazawusika okanye bazokwenziwa le nto uthi izawuyenza kutsho ukuthi ugweba ngaphambili loo nto leyo kodwa ke ndithi mna kufuneka kufunyanwe isisombululo esifanelekileyo.
Sorry, no, I'm happy with that. Relevant remedies, including but not limited to the rolling of heads when necessary.
That is yours, Advocate. It's not mine. I really don't want to ascribe to that.
Andifuni ke ndithi ndiphawule kuleyo ngoba leyo iza nawe yona.
Well, as far as the police officials are concerned, at least, the law is very clear. Firstly, do you understand that what are called standing orders? The standing is just an adjective, but they are orders. They're like any other order. They just happen to be standing orders. But they're the same as saying, go and pick up that thing and so on. So there are orders in the police lingo, so to speak, language, sorry.
Apha ke policing ke kukho imiyolelo.
Depending on what you are talking about. There are standing orders, there are guidelines, there are instructions, there are all those things.
Kukho ke ngokule mithetho leyo ibizwa standing orders kunye ne-instructions ezo zininzi ke zonke zikhona into ezinjalo.
Okay, well, fortunately, this thing I'm going to read to you covers both. Section 47 of the South African Police Act says, subject to subsection 2, a member, which includes you and all the people who report to you, shall obey any order or instruction given to him or her by a superior or a person who is competent to do so.
Section 47 lo umthetho wamapolisa ke uthi ke ilungu liyawuthobela umyolelo lunikwa ngonesikhundla esiphezulu.
Provided that a member shall not obey a patently unlawful order or instruction.
Xa ke ngokwelo lungelo lingazothobela umthetho ongakho semthethweni.
So it doesn't matter whether it's an instruction or an order. All I'm saying is that as far as members of SAPS are concerned, the disobedience of a standing order is covered by what I've just read. Do you
le nto ndiyifundileyo ke ngoku iqotyiwe nayo umba wokungathobeli i-standing order ezi.
You are right, and being a lawyer, that's why you talk about circumstantial evidence and all those issues. All those aspects are taken into account.
Unyanisile ke njengegqwetha njengoba okubugqwetheni uthetha ke ngoku ngobungqina obujongwa ngokwemeko eyenzekayo zonke izinto ezo ke ziyajongwa.
All right. And therefore, bearing now what I've read to you in mind, and going back to what we said earlier, if any member of the police is found to have breached the standing orders, then consequences should follow, including but not limited to the rolling of heads, given the magnitude of what happened here.
I'll again exclude the rolling of heads.
Exclude?
Because I don't want to talk to, I said relevant remedies. I don't want to use your words of rolling of heads.
Fine.
Ke ngoku kunoba kuthiwa upolisa libonakala lingathobelanga i-standing order kodwa ndifuna usebenzisa eli gama lakho.
And my acceptance of what you're saying is also taking into account to say, indeed, they have to follow standing orders. But when you charge any person and have a hearing, all circumstances are taken into account. It's not just a straight line. And that's why I'm saying you as a lawyer would understand better when you talk about circumstantial evidence.
Kodwa ndithe kuwe xa umuntu ke ngoku simmangalela sijonga ke ne-standing order kwaye sijonga ke ngoku nemeko le ebilapho njengoba nawe ngegqwetha usazi zonke ezo zinto ezo xa sithetha ngobungqina sijonge ngokwemeko ebekuloo ndawo.
Okay, that's good. That's good enough. So, at the very least, those people would be charged, and as you are trying to say now, they may or may not be found to have been guilty. But if they are, would heads roll, given the magnitude of this problem?
I think I've answered that question. I can't answer it further.
Yeah. The witness has repeatedly said she's not going to use that phrase, which soundbite phrases. She says the relevant remedial interventions will follow.
Even if a member is found guilty at a disciplinary hearing of failing to comply with an order, be it a standing order or any other kind of order, I take it there are no compulsory or minimum sentences which are applicable, and in each case would be the appropriate penalty if there's a conviction at a disciplinary hearing would depend on all the circumstances. Is that effectively what you're saying?
I'm absolutely saying that, and I'm saying those relevant remedial steps would, sentence or whatever, or would be taken. Relevant. Yeah. I want to keep to that.
I think what Mr. Mpofu is saying, that obviously, depending on the seriousness of the matter, if it was very serious, those steps might well include the dismissal of the appointment of the member. Otherwise, the member would effectively be ejected from the police service if the case was serious enough to justify that. And I think that's just the point he's putting. Now, I take it you'd agree with that, because otherwise the appropriate penalty would vary from presumably something like a caution all the way up to dismissal from the service. He uses discharge, I think is the correct word. He uses the unhappy phrase rolling of heads, which connotes aspects of capital punishment that we turned our back on. But he's really talking about a whole range of sentences, from a caution all the way up to discharge. That must be so, and would always depend upon a thorough consideration of all the relevant circumstances. Is that correct?
Judge, I'd like to keep, with all the things that you've said, I'd like to, particularly that you talk of a range. Being the leader that I am, I'm comfortable in just saying relevant remedial. Whether it's low or high, it covers whatever else that has to be there. I'm comfortable in saying that.
As Mr. Mpofu would say, I think we can take that as a yes, albeit a qualified one.
Usando kutsho ke ngoku naye ugeneral apha into yokuba naxa bekuthethwa ke ngoku kuthiwa noba ipolisa selibonwe ityala emva kokuba esuka kulwaluleko kulapho ke ngoku zonke izinto niyazidibanisa zonke ezibiza into yoba ekugqibeleni isigqibo esizawuthi sithathwe izoba sisigqibo esifanelekileyo nokuba sibiza into yoba umntu ugxothiwe emsebenzini okanye kuthiwe nje uye walumkiswa na.
Yes, thank you. I think that deals with the situation of the internal disciplinary issues. Now, if as a result of such breach...
Can I just say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You just spoke about the significance of my role and the image I portray. I don't want to be seen with somebody a petty zembe, a kaula bonge abapilai. No.
I don't want to look like someone who's having an eggs and then hacking everyone who is alive.
Yes, but if there has been a due process and the hacking is justified, I'm sure you won't hesitate.
The point, no, Mr. Buff. The point is that whole expression of rolling of heads is actually inappropriate in this context.
It's a figure of speech, Chairperson. Thank you.
I know you're speaking metaphorically.
It's a figure of speech.
I know it's a figure of speech, but the witness is uncomfortable with it. I think we must respect that. Anyway, but on points of substance, I don't understand there to be a significant difference between the two of you.
No, actually we are agreeing, Chairperson. And I was just saying that that deals satisfactorily with the issue of the internal disciplinary proceedings that have been postulated by the Chairperson. Now, I'm asking you a different question, which is, if as a result of the same breaches, members are found guilty in a court of law, in criminal proceedings, then those members would be discharged. Let's put it nicely. Correct?
Wouldn't it depend on what they were found guilty of? You can't merely because they were found guilty of riding a bicycle without a light after sunset, that wouldn't mean that they would be discharged. It would surely depend on the nature of the charge.
Funnily enough, that is not the law, Chairperson. But the part that I've left out is if they were found guilty and and sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine for whatever, then they would be discharged. Correct?
Into ke ngokuyenzeka into kuba ukuba ke ngokubona amapolisa kwinkundla zakamantyi angabonwa ityala kwaye kwisigwebo kunganikwa angaphiwa thuba loba makabhatale imali ke ngoku yesohlwayo kuloo nto izawuthetha uthetha into yoba uzawugxothwa emsebenzini kunjalo.
In terms of the agreements that we have also, I do have the capacity to condone certain things.
No, you don't.
I do.
Let me tell you. Under Section 36(1) of the Police Act, a member who is convicted of an offense and is sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine shall be deemed to have been discharged from the service with effect from the date following the date upon such sentence.
Uyatsho Section 36 ke into kuba ukuba ilungu lithe labonwa ityala lagwetywa lingaphiwanga thuba lokuba malibhatale imali yesohlwayo lizawuthathwa ngokuba uye wagxothwa emsebenzini ngemini elandela lo mhla ebegwetywe ngawo.
Provided that if such a term of imprisonment is wholly suspended, the member concerned shall not be deemed to have been so discharged.
Apandle koba ke ngoku elo lungu ligwetyelwe ngaphandle.
That's why I confined it to the
alizothathwa ke njengoba xa imeko njalo ligxothiwe.
You understand the point? If someone is convicted in court and given a jail sentence which is not suspended, he or she can't continue to be a member of the police service in the prison cell. And there's an automatic discharge from the imposition of the sentence. That's what the section says. It doesn't appear, unless there's another section that Council hasn't quoted, that there's a section that says that notwithstanding all that, you can undo that by administrative fiat from your office.
I understand that, but I was starting from what you mentioned earlier on to say it depends on what has happened to that person. If I'm found guilty of maybe reckless driving, then I'm charged. and I don't have those things, I can condone it. Even if there's a criminal charge, there are certain things that allows me to look at the nature of the crime, and I can condone some things. But the one that you are talking about is probably a different one, and I was starting from where the judge was starting and linking it to what you're saying to say, in terms of certain agreements with the, for disciplinary, there are things that can be condoned, but the one that, if the condition is like that, indeed it's the law, we'll have to go with it.
And
You can't be a member of the police service and in a police cell as a prisoner at the same time. Those two things are incompatible.
Yes, but I'm saying, Judge, if I'm driving and I'm found...
You're driving and you're charged with reckless driving and you're convicted, and the magistrate sentences you to a year without suspension at all and no fine, then I'm afraid your position as Commissioner of Police will come to an end from the time the sentence is imposed. Because you can't be Commissioner of Police and in a cell in Pollsmoor.
I think you're missing my input. Can I try and put it again? The law as it stands, as he reads it, indeed it is true. But I'm saying if I am criminally charged and there is maybe a fine given to me, some of the prescripts would say you should not have a criminal charge. But as a commissioner, I can look at that to say, oh, he didn't have a fine, and what did he do? This type of things. What else? He's been a good police person. There are certain provisions that I can condone. That's all what I'm saying.
Really, the section doesn't deal with that situation. Even if the person is given a prison sentence which is totally suspended, presumably you would have the power to do that in an appropriate case, depending on all the circumstances.
Agreed. I'm not arguing this session, Judge. I'm saying he asked the question. I went back to your question earlier on to say there are certain, it depends on what the charge is. And I was talking to that it depends on what the charge is. And I'm talking to say some of the charges I can condone.
Nangona kuthiwa ke uko ipolisi lingakwazi ukuba libonwe ityala kodwa kukho amandla nawo yena ugeneral into yokuba angakwazi ukuthi kumeko njalo alixole okanye alike liqhubekeka ngokwenza umsebenzi walo ipolisi kodwa kuye kuqhubekeka ngento eyenzekileyo okanye ngokwemeko leyo.
Okay, I'll move on, but you do remember that I prefaced my question by saying we've now finished with the disciplinary issue that the judge was talking about. Let's talk about something else. Remember that?
Usakhumbula benthe masike siyeke leyo lwaluleko sithethe ngomnye umba usayikhumbula leyo.
Sorry, do you remember that?
That we're finished with the things I can condone.
No. Do you remember that I had said to preface my question after the discussion in which the judge had participated, let's now put that aside and deal with something else about criminal charges.
Usakhumbula baba nthe le no judge bethetha ngayo benthe masike siyeke sibheke kulena ke ngoku yokuthetha ngokumangalelwa ke ngoku ngokwasematyaleni.
All right. Now, I just want to ask you about whether you agree with the approach that is favored in, I think it's F14, but F13, which is the National Planning Committee report that was referred to earlier by Mr. Matlanga. But I'm going to refer you to a different section. F13, page 393. And I'll, for the sake of saving time, I'll just read this out quickly.
Zawufunda ku F3 ke ngoku kuphepha ke u393 apho ke ngoku FF13 lithetha ile xwebhu le National Planning Committee.
And if you forgive me, I'll jump around because it's quite a long section, so I'll jump certain parts, but I'll tell you when I do so.
So the witness has the relevant page front.
Yes. Okay, let me first say this. It looks like
the interpreter is looking for the page.
Yes.
And when he's found it,
Yes, I just wanted to assist, Chair, in that exercise. The odd numbers.
And 2 has a picture of a lady, 2 ladies, one a member of the force, one a civilian, I take it, at the foot of the page. And the following page, 393, hasn't got the page number on it, but it's got a reference on the right-hand side to an integrated approach to building safety. So that's you've got that page in front of you, right? Now you can carry on, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you. Now, the following page, which is 393, I'm going to start reading parts of the heading, an integrated approach to building safety. And then I'll tell you when I jump. Second sentence there. In discussing, or the first one, in discussing crime, the danger is to focus on policing as the only solution. It is necessary to move from a narrow law enforcement approach to crime and safety, to identifying and resolving the root causes of crime.
Uthi ke xa xoxa ngolwaphulo lomthetho ingozi ke kukujonga ekwenzeni umsebenzi wepolisa njengeyona ndlela ezabasisombululo kuyafuneka kususwe kwindlela emxinwa yokusebenzisa umthetho siye apho ke ukuthetha ngokhuseleko ekuboniseni indlela ke ukwezozisombulula nokuyeni kwingcambu yolwaphulo lomthetho.
To achieve this, South Africa will have to mobilize state and non-state capacities at all levels, which requires an integrated approach with active citizen involvement and co-responsibility.
Ukwenzela izofika le nto uMzantsi Afrika kuzofuneka asebenzise isakhono kuwo wonke amanqanaba kwicala lombuso nakwicala lingeselo lombuso loo nto ithetha into yoba kufuneka kubekho intsebenziswano kunye nabahlali.
Then I jump to a quotation of the World Bank study that is in the next paragraph, which says, a study by the World Bank in 2010 confirms that, quote, there has been a growing consensus among policymakers that violence is not simply a security issue, but that it has deep social and economic roots and consequences.
Into ke ngoku ethethwa yibhanka enguvimba isifundo sakho 2010 iyanqinisisa into yokuba kukho ke ngokuvumelana okuqhubekayo okhoyo phakathi kwabenzi ipolisi ngemiba yodushe ingakumbi ngokhuseleko kwaye eminye imiba yezemali kwa yemibane nasekuhlaleni.
An effective and efficient response to violent crime requires a holistic approach to community safety that takes causes of crime into consideration and responds to specific causal factors.
Indlela ke ngoku ebalulekileyo into yokuba kujongwe ukhuseleko loluntu kwaye kujongisiswe ingakumbi ke ngoku unobangela wolwaphulo mthetho olo.
And then I'm just jumping to the next page, the first bullet, where it says, underlying root causes such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, and a variety of temptations and motivations to engage in criminal activity should be addressed. Although research has shown the complex relationships among these factors, it is clear that the higher their confluence, the more motivated people are to commit criminal offenses.
Owona nobangela ke ingcambu yezinto ikuba bubuhlwempu ukungalingani ukungasebenzi nezinye indlela ezininzi zokuhendeka ngoko ke kukhuthazwa into yokubana lento yokuba abantu benza iphulo mthetho kuthethwe ngayo nangona ke ngokuphando lubonisa into yokubana ezinto ziyasebenzisana okanye ziyadibana kucacile into yokubana kukho indlela ethile abantu abaye bakhuthazeke ngayo into yokubana baqhubekeke ukophula umthetho.
Yes, I'm sure you can read it at your own time, but you get the gist that this seems to promote an approach that deals with root causes rather than simply viewing something as a security matter, so to speak.
Siyabona ke ona umongo walento ukuba makujongwe ona nobangela walento endaweni yokuba kujonga kakhulu umba wokhuseleko.
Agreed?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndivumelana nawe.
Now, in view of that approach, which you and I agree with, would you agree that this conflict that we're dealing with here, the conflict that happened in Marikana before the massacre, that it also was not unidimensional. And as I've said to you yesterday, there's no point denying that it had a law enforcement element to it. But to view it solely as a law enforcement issue would be missing this, the approach that seems to be advanced by the National Planning Commission. Agreed?
Xa sijongela mbambano pha nangona sithi ke kwakufuneka uba umthetho udlala indima yawo ukuba sijonge lo cala qha sobe sisilela ke ngoku kule ithethwa ku-National Planning Commission. Uyavumelana nam?
Chair, Mr. Mpofu uses very long sentences. Embedded in them are words like massacre. And it would be pitiful if the answer to the question is reinterpreted to say the commissioner agreed to the massacre component of the question.
Okay, Chairperson, fair enough. Yes, I know. Well, everyone else refers it like that, but I know in SAPS it's called the tragedy. The tragedy.
Utuzayibhekisa ke ngokuba athi inhlekele ingabi injikitya yokufa.
I think in responding to you, because you have read a long thing, you've gone to a document that is future-looking, that is aspirational, the preferred approach as you put it. And I've already said in this commission that it's something we will be embracing to look as we go forward. That's one. Secondly, I just want to say the nature of our intervention, is the end of the line thing. Events have taken place. What has gone through the pipeline, whether there hasn't been intervention by all these socio-economic dynamics, are things that are input into that pipeline. As police, we are catching that thing, the violence or whatever is happening. And our intervention from a safety and security point of view is situational around that. Even the negotiations are not looking at whether people are being paid or whether people are being given accommodation, or we are dealing with the issues. The negotiations would be with the issue that is presenting. So our view of the matter from a safety and security point of view is influenced by that because it is happening. You have to act. It's a here and now issue. So I do understand what we are saying and I agree with, but I'm just saying our intervention is based on what is happening here and now. End of the pipeline.
Ngokufutshane ke into endithethayo ndiyayiva le nto ndithethayo kwaye ndiyavumelana nawe kodwa indlela esingenela ngayo iye ixhomekeke kwinto eyenzeka ngoku ekufuneka yenzeke kwangeli xesha ngokuba yonke le nto uyitshileyo pha zizinto ezithe zaziwa izizandululo kodwa nathi njengoba ixesha liye lihamba nje esizamkelayo nathi esizithathayo ukuba sizisebenzise.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we agree. I thought we would, because my reading, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that the police viewed the events, at least leading up to the 16th, as at the minimum two-dimensional, as the labor dispute that is there, but also as the law enforcement issue. And that is why they said, look, we won't deal with the labor issue because we don't have the expertise, but that at least they viewed it as such. I didn't think that would be you have a problem with that?
Andiqondi ke uzaba nengxaxanisela amapolisa athe ayijongana ngandlela mbini kokuqala njengomba wezabasebenzi okwesibini ke ngoku njengomba wayifuna
I'm not sure what you put is correct. My understanding is, firstly, the police did negotiate to try to solve the problem by negotiation. But secondly, as far as the police attitude is concerned before this commission, I think it was clear from Mr. Semenya's opening statement that the police say that that Lonman are also subject to criticism, and that Lonman, there's a passage towards the end of the open statement.
Well, that's exactly the point.
Where they say that, I'm trying to find it at the moment, but they do say in terms that they criticize Lonman for doing and not doing. It's paragraph 58 of the statement. Therefore, I think what you put to the witness which ignores that aspect of the matter, isn't entirely accurate. But it's now 4 minutes to go before past. I indicated to you we have to adjourn at past. So either you can round this point off in 4 minutes, or you can return to it on the morning of the 16th.
No, Chairperson. Well, I think on the morning of the 16th we will have forgotten that what you've just put to me, Chairperson, is not what...
You will need to make a note of it now to remind you on the morning of the 16th.
Yeah, well, I think it's much more efficiently dealt with right now. What you're saying, Chairperson, is exactly the point I'm making. So I don't see the inaccuracy. I'm simply saying, exactly because of that attitude of the police, exactly because General Pembe said in so many words, look, I'm going to deal with the law enforcement office issues, and I expect you people to deal with the other issues. That confirms what I'm putting to the witness, that not in the future, but already the police have taken the attitude that something like this had to be looked at in its entirety, and including the law enforcement element, which we cannot deny, but also the other aspects. That's all.
Into ayitshoyo ke ngoku uadvocate of into yokuba ayinto ofuneka ijongwe ke ngoku xesha elizayo kodwa into ofuneka ijongwe ngoku ngobunjalo bayo nangendlela eyiyo.
Agreed?
I'll try again.
Awuzama kakhona.
Because I think we're not agreeing.
Ngoba ngicimba basivumelani.
I've said to you what I see here is an aspirational thing indeed. And the end of the pipeline, I said it's a here and now issue. What is happening now? We have an illegal march. We have people who are having weapons. There is all this commotion between police and the people. What contributes to that could have been a 10-year issue, a 15-year issue, and that's the pipeline I'm talking about. To say, what do you deal with as a police? Is the here and now. When I get to a home and somebody's shot, is beaten up, I don't know how this relationship has gone for many years. The end of the pipeline for police is that an issue is happening, you are called to intervene. Those last days, Advocate Mpav could not have taken all these issues that you are talking about into account. They will form the backdrop of your thinking, but your intervention as a police person is what is happening at that point in time. It's very reactive. It's not proactive at all.
Into endiyithethayo ke ngoku into yoba bengenakwenzeka ingakumbi ngela xesha ukuba ngimekwe khona apho kwakukho ke ngoku uqhankqalazo ngosemthethweni nabantu abaphethe izixhobo into yokubana kuzokwazi uba zonke izinto zikwazi ujongiswa uba zikwazi ukusetyenziswa ngoba kaloku xa imeko ivela kanye kubekho into yenzeka kufuneka uthathe inyathelo kwangeli xesha into isenzeka ngayo.
And maybe if I may just finish to say, there's very little you can do about all those things that contributed to us, that you can understand them. But as a police person, there isn't much you can do.
Into efuneke ukuba into encinci nje ongakwazi uyenza ngezo zinto ezo ngokuba nangona zikhona izinto phambi kwakho kodwa njengepolisa akho nto ingako ngezi zinto eziqhubo sithetha ungakwazi ukuthi mawuyenze.
Okay, we'll deal with that issue when on the 16th because you haven't answered my question, or as you correctly say, maybe there's a misunderstanding. But maybe there is, maybe there isn't, we'll see. Can I just ask you, because we don't have time now, whether you have read the IPID reports and statements which were taken principally from the victims and also from police officials.
Into efuna yazi ke into kubana buke wasifunda ingxelo ke ngoku zenziwe pha kwi-IPID ne-statement ezenziwe ngabantu ababengamaxhoba kwakunye nangamapolisa na.
No,
In the course of your trying to understand this matter, sorry?
But she said no. Is that correct?
yes, I haven't seen
No,
that.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted.
So I think that's a convenient point for us to take the adjournment.
No, Chair. So just one, please, one more. Flowing from that, the reason why I'm asking that question is when we come back on the 16th, I'm going to be dealing with some of the issues that come from those statements. So if we can take advantage of the 10 days that between now and then, a little bit of homework, I know you're busy, but could you kindly have a look at the IPID documentation in the period?
You did say you would tell her things that you were dealing with next time so she could prepare, which you've now done. Of course, on the morning of the 16th, as I see it, we will probably, we will return to the question of your application for a removal of the seat of the Commission. And as far as I know, no replying affidavits have yet been filed in answer to the opposing affidavits filed by the royal family and the neighbouring municipalities. But I take it that will all be done, so we'll be able to deal promptly on the morning of the 16th with the resumption of the argument in respect of the proposed move.
Yes, yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, okay, I'm going to ask for one indulgence, which I'm not very optimistic I'm going to get. But before I do that, can I just address the issue you've raised? Yes, Chairperson. At this stage, the position is that on the 16th we'll start with that argument. And at this stage, our instructions are to draft such an affidavit. However, there still remains a possibility that we might take the view that the matter can be argued on the papers as they stand. But should that be the case, we will talk with the other colleagues. But the indulgence that I was seeking, Chair, is, please, if I could just read out to the witness.
Indicate that there were reasons why we had to stop at 12:30.
Yes.
And I did give ample warning of that.
Yeah.
And it's now beyond 12:30. So
it's a short,
if anything you want to...
No, it's for the benefit of the witness, not for me.
You can give it privately to the witness between now and the 16th. We'll now take the adjournment until 10 o'clock on the morning.
I will do so.
Uyela kakhona ngomhla we-16 ngentsimbi yeshumi kulapho kuzobe kushuquqwa nomba wokusuka kule ndawo usihambise kwenye indawo.
Okay.